Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Ram 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 Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna 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 Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Ram Ram Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Oh, Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram. Sit properly. Ram Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram 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 Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram Ram Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Ram Hare Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, 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 Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Ram. Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare 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 Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram. Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram. Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Om Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Hare Ram, Hare Jala
Mangalarati Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Sadma Vandamui Sabadhana Mate Vandamui Sabadhana Mate Jahara Prasade Bhai Bhava Thurya Krishna Prati Ho Jaha Hote Krishna Prati Ho Jaha Hote Guru Mukha Padma Vakya Chitte Korya Kya Arna Kori Ho Mane Asha Kori ho mane asha Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Shri Guru Charane Rati Ese Uttama Gati Che Pratade Puresara Asha Prasade Puresara Chakshudan dilo je janme janme Prabhu se Divya Gyana Hriday Prakashita Prema Bhakti jaha hote ab jab nash jate Prema Bhakti jaha hote ab jab nash jate Birega jahara sharita Birega jahara charita Shri Guru Karuna Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adhama Janara Bandhu Lokanata Lokara Jivana Lokanata Lokara Jivana Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Parachaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Parachaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deho More Parachaya Hebe Jasha Gushuk Tribhuvana Hebe Jasha Gushuk Tribhuvana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya, Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada ki Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nivashesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Karine Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Giridhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Caitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Giridhar Shivasadi Gaura Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama. Hari Haraya Nama Krishna Yadavaya Nama. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Nama. Yadavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Nama. Gopal Govinda Ram Srimad Sudan. Gopal Govinda Ram Srimad Sudan. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan. Giridhari Gopinath Madana Mohan. Sri Caitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Sri Caitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita. Shri Rup Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raguna. Shri Rupa Shri Sanatan Bhatta Raguna. Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha. Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Dasa Raghunatha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Go Premanande, Hari Hari Bo. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradari. Gopi Janavallabha Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradari. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yashodanandana Braja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Yamuna Tiravanachari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Jaya Shri Caitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Caitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Jaya Shri Caitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Dvaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. So Caitanya Caritamrita, Adi Lila chapter 17, the pastimes of the Lord in his youth, and today verse is verse number 34 and onward. 37, I think. Or 34. Tabe Prabhu Shrivasera Grihe Nirantar Ratre Sankirtana Kaila Eka Samvatsar Tabe Prabhu Shrivasera Grihe Nirantar Ratre Sankirtana Kaila Eka Samvatsar Tabe Prabhu Shrivasera Grihe Nirantar Ratre Sankirtana Kaila Eka Samvatsar Vaishnavis. Tabe Prabhu Shrivasera Ratre Sankirtana Kaile Eka Samvatsa. Anyone else? Okay, here's the word for word. Tabe, thereafter, Prabhu, the Lord, Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Shrivasera, of Srivas Thakur, Grihe, in the home, Nirantara, always, Ratre, at night, Sankirtan, congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. If I may make a tiny little observation here, it's interesting how many times Prabhupada, we believe his full adhikar to do so, being the Senapati Bhakta of Lord Chaitanya and so on, like he translates general words in Bengali that refer to chanting the holy name as a generic sense, like Sankirtan or Krishna Nam, right? And time again, his translation is specifically, the Hare Krishna mantra. Right here it says Sankirtan. So, technically, like according to Bengali or Sanskrit language, right, Sankirtan just means the congregational chanting of the names of Krishna. But Prabhupada, is such a, we could say, a fanatic in a transcendental, wonderful, sublime way of the Maha Mantra, because in the translation it says Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regularly led congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra. And he does that throughout the whole Chaitanya Caritamrita. So, continuing with that, finally, Kaila performed Eka Samvatsar, 1 full year. Translation. There's no purport, and so we'll read the following one, and we'll just do more, a reading with a few words here and there. Translation: Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regularly led congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra in the house of Srivas Thakur every night for 1 full year. So please repeat. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu regularly led congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra in the house of Srivas Thakur every night for 1 full year. So I'll just read the translation of the next verse that has a purport. This ecstatic chanting was performed with the doors closed so that non-believers who came to make fun could not gain entrance. Purport. Chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra is open to everyone, but sometimes non-believers come to disturb the ceremony of chanting. It is indicated herein that under such circumstances the temple doors should be closed. Only bona fide chanters should be admitted, others should not. But when there is large-scale congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra, we keep our temples for everyone to join. And by the grace of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, this policy has given good results. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Om Gyanati Mirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurum Nitamrina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I was born in the darkness of ignorance, and that my spiritual master opened my eyes with a torchlight of knowledge. From our humble obeisances unto his lotus feet. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya vacha patitanam pavanyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Vistaya Bhuttade Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. It's interesting about how these non-believers who would come to make fun of the devotees, and we hear from Caitanya Caritamrita, we hear also from Chaitanya Bhagavat that the non-believers, even from the Hindu community in Nadia, were not just making fun, but in some cases were, they were really ill-intended. For example, speaking of Srivas Thakur at one point, right, there's a statement by Kaviraj Goswami or Vrindavan Das Thakur that they literally they wanted to take Srivas Thakur's house because they were like light mud houses or like not super heavy architecture, and they wanted to throw it in the Ganges, right? And with literally like, and you think of today's society, and okay, aside from some hardcore places like Russia, for example, or there's this book called Salted Bread. If any one of you have read it, it's a really intense account of the first devotees in one of those ex-Soviet countries, Armenia, and how one of these first devotees were really persecuted really heavily and were sent to these gulag, Siberian labor camps in Siberia, and just die. One of them died there, and they were tortured and heavy stuff. But what's also I find interesting is that we often make we have an idealized idea of, oh yeah, Navadvip in those days, and everybody's there is a pure devotee of Krishna. And even though everyone there is involved in Lord Chaitanya's Leela, which is extremely special, at the same time, by their actions, you see some of them act in extremely un-Krishna conscious ways, to say the least. For example, wanting to destroy the house of a pure devotee, right? As a matter of fact, that's why we hear that Advaita Acharya, being so distraught at the materialistic condition of people in Navadvip, prayed to Krishna, you gotta help, right? So if he's praying, you gotta help, that means that all those people in Navadvip were extremely materialistic. We hear again from either, I confuse, forgive me, either Chaitanya Charitamrita or Chaitanya Bhagavat, but the Vaishnavas were lamenting that, God, everybody around, no one's interested in Krishna consciousness, no one's interested in Krishna bhakti. They're all concerned only with marrying their sons and daughters and in logic and, non-dualistic Shankarite philosophy, and right? As a matter of fact, even Lord Chaitanya, we hear, played the pastime of being one of these, non-devotees, right? And the Vaishnavas even lamented, like attracted as they were towards Lord Chaitanya, who was hiding his identity as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, we hear, were lamenting, kind of like, oh, he's so attractive, he's so brilliant, wouldn't it be nice? What a shame that he's not becoming a devotee, And there's even a dialogue between Srivas Thakur and Lord Chaitanya as a young, this is pre-sannyas lila, this is grihastha lila in Navadvip, where Srivas Thakur tells him, like, you're so puffed up, you're so arrogant, when will you be, when will you become a devotee, right? And then Lord Chaitanya tells Srivas Thakur, well, thank you for your blessing. You'll see one day I'll become such a devotee that you'll be impressed or you'll be surprised, The beautiful yoga maya at play, making the associates of Lord Chaitanya forget that he is actually the Supreme Lord. But suffice it to say that, so these people in Navadvip at the time, the majority of them were antagonistic to Krishna Bhakti. And the Vaishnavas were, a minority. And that's interesting to remember, because everything else culturally was kind of the same, and yet within that same external culture, the Hindu culture, of course the Muslims were also against them, but even the the followers of the Hindu or the Vedic tradition, they were antagonistic toward the Vaishnavas. And in terms of so making fun, like as soon as I read this verse yesterday, I thought of there's a story that's told in, I think, Satsrup Maharaj's Lilamrita, where Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Giriraj Maharaj, when they were in, and the other devotees who were in Bombay in the early days, trying to open up Bombay, ISKCON Bombay, and they would go to these materialistic, but I guess a little bit pious Hindus to get donations or life membership contracts and stuff. And there's one case that's told how this man, he was kind of, I guess, weird and cruel. He said, okay, I'll give you, 1,008 rupees or however much it was, but you have to agree that I pour 7-Up on your head. Did you ever hear that story? It's right there in black and white. And so, one of these devotees, I forgot if it's Tamal Krishna Maharaj or Giriraj Swami, they're like, okay, fine, go ahead. So the guy, poured 7-Up on his bald head. There were sannyasis or brahmacharis. And then he agreed to pay the books, or to pay the fee, or not the fee, but the cost of the membership. And so, devotees were willing to be humiliated or embarrassed for the higher cause of Krishna consciousness. But here in the Western, there's more of an indifference than making fun, right? I mean, when you go on Harinam, for example, in a few rare cases, there'll be some people who are antagonistic, but most of the time, it's like either indifference, right? Or, this is cool, this is interesting. And devotees just have to be humble if they do make fun. But then also, an interesting point is also, I think, the issue of, public opinion. To what degrees do devotees, take public opinion seriously, right? On the one side, we have this expression that Prabhupada often said, let the dogs may bark, but the caravan moves on, right? So in that valence, we don't care what the world says. We've got our Krishna conscious program, and we're moving forward to it. But there's also, statements where, by Prabhupada, for example, our founder, who was very concerned about how, the devotees were received in the public, right? There's this unbelievable, in my opinion, unbelievable example of, in India, at some point, Prabhupada literally stopped public Sankirtan because the devotees were going in the street and people were getting this impression that the devotees were just professional beggars. Like there's these group of sort of pseudo sahajya professional kind of street musicians who kind of chant Krishna's names in public in India and stuff for money, and that's how they make their living, and they're seen as quite low class and stuff. And Prabhupada got feedback that's where people were starting to consider the devotees to be like. So I mean, can you imagine, the Yuga Dharma is Harinam Sankirtan, but just to maybe do it a different way or counter this a wrong impression of the public or a bad reputation that we were creating, Prabhupada stopped Harinam Sankirtan. It's unbelievable, right? Not that it stopped and we don't do Harinam Sankirtan in India. We obviously do, but in that particular circumstance, Prabhupada did that. So, there's that middle, I think there's a golden middle between not compromising our core beliefs, our core beliefs according to our theological truth claims and our core practices, and our worldview. And yeah, I'm sorry if you don't believe in Timingala fish, or if you don't believe in, you know, in so many universes as can fit in a bag of mustard seeds, or if you don't believe in, you know, in rivers of mango juice. I mean, there's all sorts of like far out stuff, right, in the Bhagavatam. Well, tough luck, sorry, you know, we're not gonna, you know, sorry, go to the next shop, you know, on the marketplace of religions. And, you know, if you don't like chanting Hare Krishna, you know, you have an issue with the four regulative principles, sorry, you know. But by the same token, for example, I mean, I'm just not to pick fingers, but just, you know, in Australia, for example, at some time in the past, correct me if I'm wrong, but devotees would like pass out a lot of free books, which I think is wonderful, but they were doing it sometimes a little bit indiscriminately, and by putting them, for example, on the car, like on car windshields, right, in parking lots by the thousands, which is a great idea in the sense of wanting to give books to everyone and everyone. As a small parenthesis, the other day I watched a documentary with Tulsi Prabhu about the contemporary Christian music industry, which started out, you know, as a few folk bands in Southern California of people hippies who had become Christians and who were continuing to play their folk music, but now with Jesus lyrics. And so it's like a whole chronology of this huge Christian music industry from its beginning up to now, with all its variations from, you know, hip hop to like punk, like, you know, Shelter, for example, in the Krishna tradition. But it just, you know, like there was this band that looked like, you know, like these heavy metal bands, but they were Christians. And of course, the pastors, many of them were like, oh no, this is of the devil. And meanwhile, at concerts, they were like throwing Bibles out from the stage, you know, to people in the audience. And so you can appreciate the, you know, the emotion of wanting, you know, to pass out the mercy as much as possible. But closing that parenthesis and coming back to these books that were, you know, distributed in a wrong way, you know, or that may have given a bad impression, or that was, you know, actually kind of sad, because after a lot, you know, when people would go away, you'd have like, or if it would rain, you'd have like hundreds and hundreds of Prabhupada's books kind of like lying on the floor, you know, or people would throw them away. Sometimes devotees, we heard, you know, recourse to sort of not so ethical ways of collecting money or distributing books. And, you know, we're getting the reaction now, for example, in that documentary, right, that came out recently on Peacock, about what happened in New Vrindavan and stuff. Fortunately, I mean, there was Joe Rogan did an interview with the director, and fortunately, you know, both the director was very lenient, very kind actually to the devotees, and Joe Rogan, you know, glorified Prabhupada, which was wonderful. But the point is, you know, and that created a really bad reputation. I mean, devotees had really bad reputations in America in the 1980s, 90s, oof, you know. And so, yeah, and so, you know, the cult reputation, you know, this is a cult, be careful. Is it entirely the devotee's fault? I mean, or, you know, or is it entirely over exaggerated? You know, and how much should devotees take the opinion of the public seriously, you know? And this is, you know, I'm raising this point because it's right there in the verse, so, you know, it's the theme of the verse. And I think devotees have to kind of have that golden middle line where they're uncompromising on their core principles and beliefs and practices, but at the same time, as Prabhupada showed by his own example, are concerned about how we're received in society, how we're seen in society, if we're taken seriously in society, or if we could be taken more seriously in society, you know. Like, we have this amazing theology, just so sophisticated, so wonderful, and if people in general may, for example, believe that, you know, in wrong, that Hare Krishnas are just, you know, like useless urchins of society, marginal, you know, what a tragedy. What a tragedy for the devotees who deserve much more respect and admiration. Not that they want any, but devotees should be, you know, respected. And it's also a tragedy for the non-devotees who are missing out on the opportunity to get out of the cycle of birth and death and become devotees of Krishna themselves. So, We don't close our temples. We keep them open, and nobody comes. That's the problem. We don't have the problem of, oh yeah, there's, people are coming to make fun. It's like, Hari, what? Hello, we're still here. So actually our transcendental headache, right? Prabhupada said, tax your brain. Our taxing of our brain should actually be, okay, how do we actually become more relevant? How do we actually bring in more of a mainstream, intelligent, population of a local country, that not that we should worry about, oh yeah, there's all these people coming to make fun, so much so that we have to close the doors, That's not happening. That's not happening right now. Okay, so I'll continue with the reading. So text 36. Thus the non-believers almost burned to ashes and died in envy. So again, it shows you how materialistic a lot of these people in Navadvip were, burning with envy. To retaliate, they planned various ways to give trouble to Srivas Thakur. One night, while kirtan was going on inside Srivas Thakur's house, a Brahmin named Gopal Chapal, the chief of the non-believers, imagine, he's a Brahmin, and he's the chief of the non-believers, right? The Bengali is Pashandi Pradhan. Pashandi means, offender or non-believer. So it's like really Kali Yuga-esque, because you think the Brahmins are the most favorable to Vishnu and to, Krishna consciousness, and here he's a Brahmin, and he's the chief of the non-believers, right? So the chief of the non-believers, who was talkative and very rough in his speech, placed all the paraphernalia for worshipping the goddess Durga outside Srivas Thakur's door. So in other words, he wanted to frame Srivas Thakur, just like, that guy, I forget his name, tried to frame Haridas Thakur by hiring a prostitute to make him fall down with him, right? And then he would frame him. And so same thing here. So Prabhupada says in the purport, this Brahmin, Gopal Chapal, wanted to defame Srivas Thakur by proving that he was actually a Shakta, or a worshipper of Bhavani, the goddess Durga, but was externally posing as a Vaishnava. In Bengal, there is perpetual competition between the devotees of goddess Kali and the devotees of Lord Krishna. Generally, Bengalis, especially those who are meat eaters and drunkards, are very much attached to worshipping the goddess Durga. You probably, like, for us, it's like, oh, okay, but imagine, like, if you're in Bengal and you're most probably coming from a Kali worshipping house and you hear Prabhupada say this, and he's externally a Bengali himself, it's like, Prabhupada was so heavy. Such devotees, who are known as Shaktas, or worshippers of the Shakti Tattva, in other words, the energy of Krishna, are always envious of Vaishnavas. Since Srivas Thakur was a well-known and respected Vaishnava in Navadvip, Gopal Chapal wanted to reduce his prestige by bringing him down to the platform of the Shaktas. Therefore, outside Srivas Thakur's door, he placed various paraphernalia for worshipping Bhavani, the wife of Lord Shiva, such as a red flower. That's why, like, Vaishnavas generally don't offer that red flower to Krishna, right? Because it's specifically meant for Kali worship. A plantain leaf, a pot of wine, and reddish sandalwood paste. In the morning, when Srivas Thakur saw all this paraphernalia in front of his door, he called for the respectable gentlemen of the neighborhood and showed them that at night he was worshipping Bhavani. So that's a wonderful example for us to follow too, how Srivas reacted, He could have said, no, don't you know who I am? Don't you know who I am? And he was like, he rolled with it. And I'll just finish the purport. So Srivas Thakur, when he saw that paraphernalia in front of the door, he called. He didn't just say, oh, okay, let me clean it up. Hopefully no one sees, and then if they kind of call me out on it, he called everybody. There's this wonderful statement in Mahabharata: protect Dharma and Dharma protects you. And go against Dharma, Dharma goes against you. Such a wonderful, wonderful statement. So he had that confidence, I didn't, and wine is not so cool, but it's not like he did some grieve. Worshipping Kali is not like a sin, but it's in the mode of ignorance because, for example, wine is included and meat and stuff. But even so, knowing that he didn't do these things, you could see he was so not cocky, but so confident in Krishna's protection, actually, that he like almost took it as an opportunity to kind of make a joke out of it. And he calls everybody and says, hey, look, everybody, this is what I do actually behind closed doors. And sure enough, no one believed him, and it just backfired on Gopal Chapal. Very much sorry, Prabhupada says, these gentlemen called for a sweeper to cleanse the place and purify it by sprinkling water and cow dung there. The incident concerning Gopal Chapal is not mentioned in the Chaitanya Bhagavat. On the upper portion of a plantain leaf, he placed such paraphernalia for worship as orda fula, turmeric, vermilion, red sandalwood, and rice. He placed a pot of wine. So this is the bad guy. This is Gopal Chapal. Prabhupada told the story briefly in summary in the purport, but here's the story according to Kaviraj Goswami. So he placed a pot of wine besides all this, and in the morning when Srivas Thakur opened his door, he saw this paraphernalia. Srivas Thakur called for all the respectable gentlemen of the neighborhood and smilingly addressed them as follows: Gentlemen, every night I worship the goddess Bhavani. Like they must have laughed because they all know he's a Vaishnava, and he's taking it lightly. Every night I worship the goddess Bhavani. Since the paraphernalia for the worship is present here, now all you respectable Brahmins and members of the higher castes can understand my position, right? Like, you get into an argument with someone and he'll tell you, like, you're all about false ego. So the good answer is to say, yes, you're right, absolutely, like, thank you, and actually be thankful to Krishna that, maybe you're right, Krishna, maybe I gotta be a little more humble. Or so devotees ideally always kind of, take insults or reverse situations as an opportunity to, well, maybe take inventory and to see it as a blessing of Krishna. And that's what Srivas Thakur is doing here. Now all you respectable Brahmins and members of the higher caste can understand my position, he said. Purport. According to the Vedic system, there are 4 castes: the Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, and below them are the Panchamas, who are lower than the Shudras. Their higher castes, the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and even the Vaishyas, were known as Brahmana Sajjana. The Brahmins especially were known as Sajjana, or respectable gentlemen who guided the entire society. If there were disputes in the village, people would approach these respectable Brahmins to settle them. Now it is very difficult to find such Brahmins and Sajjanas, and thus every village and town is so disrupted that there is no peace and happiness anywhere. To revive a fully cultured civilization, the scientific division of society into Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra must be introduced all over the world. Unless some people are trained as Brahmins, there cannot be peace in human society. So the story continues. Then all the assembled gentlemen exclaimed, "What is this? What is this? Who has performed such mischievous activities? Who is that sinful man?" So they didn't believe Srivas Thakur. Right? So you command respect, you don't demand it. Right? That's the famous adat. One commands respect, you don't demand it. Look at the. I think it's a great example. Look at what's his name? Oh my God. The Caitanya who was here Sunday. Madhava Prabhu. Right? Look how much respect he commands. Right? Doesn't speak, and there's a larger crowd at his kirtan than on Gaur Purnima Day, because he walks his talk. He chants. He does like 5 hours of kirtan almost every day. That's an example. They called for a sweeper who threw all the items of worship far away and cleansed the place by mopping it with a mixture of water and cow dung. So here's a purport. The men in Vedic society who engage in public sanitary activities like picking up stool and sweeping the street are called hadis. Sometimes they are untouchable, especially when engaged in their profession. Yet such hadis also have the right to become devotees. And this is where we can really glorify Prabhupada. Like Prabhupada really had such faith that this is for everyone. This is for everyone. You hear his first lecture that he ever recorded, which has become the introduction to the BBT Bhagavad Gita, or even I don't know if in the Macmillan edition they have the introduction, but anyway, that's the first ever recording of Prabhupada. That I don't think even there were people around. It's a 3-hour recording. It's the first one you find, and in there, when he quotes this verse, this Mam hi partavya pashrita that Prabhupada's about to quote here, 932. And imagine he's in New York. There's practically no Vaishnavas who ever came. There's one, right? Maybe we hear, at least in Europe, there was one disciple of Bhaktisiddhanta who went there. But basically Vaishnavism is completely unknown in the West. It's only been, in India, and Prabhupada comes to New York in 1966 with this complete conviction, complete faith in Shastra, that this is not an Indian religion, this is not for Indians only, this is for everyone, and with just like that, just unbelievable faith. For us, it's easier. Like, yeah, well, there's thousands of devotees worldwide, in the world, in Africa, in Australia, in America. What's the big deal? But imagine when you're the first to export Vaishnavism outside of India. What faith you have to have in statements like the one here from Krishna, that this is for everyone, that Krishna Bhakti is for everyone. What faith he had. So Prabhupada says, this is established by Sri Bhagavad Gita, where the Lord declares, Mam hi partavya yepi syu papa yonaya, striyo vaishyas tata shudras tepi yanti param gatim. O son of Prita, those who take shelter in me, though they may be of lower birth, women, Vaishyas, as well as Shudras, can approach the supreme destination. There are many untouchables of the lower caste in India, but according to Vaishnava principles, everyone is welcome to accept this Krishna consciousness movement on the spiritual platform of life and thus be freed from trouble. Equality or fraternity on the material platform is impossible. And to be objective, there are places in India, even so-called Vaishnava temples, where if you don't have brown skin, if you weren't born in India, you can't enter. Jagannath Puri, for example, the Jagannath Puri temple, our beloved Jagannath Puri temple. You have white skin, sorry, you can't enter. And yet, you go to the Cathedral of Sydney, and you can show up in a jalaba, and have whatever skin color of the rainbow, and no one's going to say, no one's going to check you, like, excuse me, like, what's your caste? Where were you born? Like, no, you can't enter. Right? It's quite sad. When Lord Chaitanya declares Trinadapi suni chinataro rivasa hishnuna, he indicates that one must be above the material conception of life. When one thoroughly understands that he is not the material body but a spiritual soul, he is even humbler than a man of the lower castes, for he is spiritually elevated. Just like Yogeshwar Prabhu tells the story of how Yogeshwar was one of the first devotees to go to France and preach in France. He's American. He's based in New York. Quite active, actually, as a preacher there. And he married Jyotirmayi, a local French devotee. Their son lives in Alachua. And he tells the story on those Prabhupada memories that when Prabhupada was giving a lecture at some hall in Paris, and it was at the French are hopeless. Sorry, as a half Frenchman, I can say that. It's just like they get really envious and at that time, to show how they were envious or so like petty, they get jealous for small things. Prabhupada was sitting on a large Vyasasana, right? And as he was speaking, these like young university, there was like this revolution in 1968. A tiny revolution, kind of socialist type. And so it was around that time, and so they started stomping on the floor and screaming, par terre, par terre, par terre. And Prabhupada said, what are they saying? And Yogeshwar, who spoke French, he said, they're saying you have to go, you have to sit on the floor. And then and Prabhupada didn't do it, but afterwards he said, next time just have a chair, just let me sit, Prithu Prabhu also tells the story of how someone challenged Prabhupada, like, because Prabhupada was talking about the first class man, second class man, third class man, and then and Prithu says that someone challenged Prabhupada, like, so you think you're a first class man, don't you? And he says that very humbly, genuinely, not like putting on a show. Genuinely, Prabhupada said, no, I'm a servant of everyone. I'm a servant of everyone. Such humility, Prabhupada continues, in which one thinks himself lower than the grass, is called sunichatva, and being more tolerant than a tree is called sahishnutva, forbearance. Being situated in devotional service, not caring for the material conception of life, is called amanitva, indifference to material respect. And we're speaking for myself, we're so addicted. The Bhagavatam, nunam pramata kurute vikarma, that verse pramata means mad. We're mad after sense gratification. So whether it's gross sex or whether it's, subtle sex, which is, name and fame and adoration and distinction, we're mad for it. Unless we're pure devotees, but that's what I'm saying, speaking for myself. The conditioned soul is mad for this stuff. So mad for it that, like, a lot of times, at least again, speaking for myself, we don't even realize that we're making, like, really big decisions in life really just to get sense gratification, name and fame. Somehow, just a little distinction here, a little adoration there, a little fame here. Nunam pramata, like mad for it, like blinded mad for it, And the contrary is amanitva, indifference to material respect. Yet a devotee thus situated is called manada, for he is prepared to give honor to others without hesitation. Right? Isn't there that also that there is that story where Prabhupada said, right? They asked him in India before he went to America, like, what is the secret, right? Or what is the formula? He was still in the pharmacy, and the formula is Trinada Pisuniche Natarora Pisuishana, and I will spread it all over the world, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, but I'm sure it's like 90% correct. I think Lord Caitanya also says, right? We should wear this verse for constant remembrance. We should wear this third verse from the Shikshashtakam around our neck for constant remembrance. Mahatma Gandhi, Prabhupada says, started the Harijan movement to purify the untouchables. But he was a failure because he thought that one could become a Harijan, a personal associate of the Lord, through some kind of material adjustment. And that is not possible. Unless one fully realizes that he is not the body but a spiritual soul, there is no question of his becoming a Harijan. Those who do not follow in the footsteps of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his disciplic succession cannot distinguish between matter and spirit. And therefore all their ideas are but a mixed-up hodgepodge of problems. They are virtually lost in the bewildering network of Maya Devi. Kind of similar with the woke ideology of today. They get all hung up. I identify as this, I identify as that. There's like 563 different genders and so on. And while, okay, whatever, the missing point is like, well, you're not any of those genders. Like you may identify as, and that's whatever, but remember, like, you're a soul, right? You're a soul. Jivera Swarup Hoy Krishna Nityadas on top of that. And so while you may have an issue and may even have to make some sort of adjustment with, the steering wheel or the alignment of your car or your, ultimately, hey, you're the driver, and chant Hare Krishna so you can you realize that to a certain degree. Otherwise, it's just you get lost in relativistic ad infinitum cobweb of speculations, without any foundation, resulting in not being satisfied, resulting in just being unsatisfied. Right? So I'll read a couple more. After 3 days, leprosy attacked Gopal Chapal. Karma is a that bad word, but statement, karma is a So after 3 days, leprosy attacked Gopal Chapal, and blood oozed from sores all over his body. So here's, don't offend devotees. Don't offend devotees, because here's the result. Incessantly covered with germs and insects biting him all over his body, Gopal Chapal felt unbearable pain. His entire body burned in distress. I heard recently that Hamsadutta Prabhu asked Prabhupada, why have the Jewish community suffered, a lot over centuries? And according to Hamsadutta Prabhu, Prabhupada said because they were, they were complicit in the murder of a pure devotee. So you insult or you offend a devotee, well, here's the results, right? And therefore, we're warned again and again and again, like, Vaishnava Aparad, that's a real bad thing. Even Lord Caitanya, in Chaitanya Bhagavatam or Chaitanya Caritamrita, right, he says, raising his hands, Lord Chaitanya said, just carefully not offending devotees, just chant Hare Krishna. That's the bottom line. Just don't offend devotees and chant Hare Krishna. All success is there. So incessantly covered with germs and insects biting him all over his body, Gopal Chapal felt unbearable pain. His entire body burned in distress. Since leprosy is an infectious disease, Gopal Chapal left the village to sit down on the bank of the Ganges underneath a tree. One day, however, he saw Chaitanya Mahaprabhu passing by and spoke to him as follows. My dear nephew, I am your maternal uncle in our village relationship. Please see how greatly this attack of leprosy has afflicted me. As an incarnation of God, you are delivering so many fallen souls. I am also a greatly unhappy fallen soul. Kindly deliver me by your mercy. Hearing this, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared greatly angry, and in that angry mood he spoke some words chastising him. I'll just read the purport, just a few words here before. Prabhupada says, it appears that although Gopal Chapal was sinful, talkative, and insulting, he nevertheless had the qualification of simplicity. Thus he believed Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to be the incarnation of the Supreme Personality of Godhead who had come to deliver all fallen souls. And he appealed for his own deliverance, seeking the mercy of the Lord. You see that. You see that in movies and you see that in real life. There's never like a black and white. Like people have complex personalities. You see this even in the Vaishnava today's society. Some people who have done, who have done horrendous stuff, but somehow they also have some sort of attachment to Krishna also. It's weird, but that's reality. He did not know, however, that the deliverance of the fallen does not consist of curing their bodily diseases, although it is also a fact that when a man is delivered from the material clutches, his material bodily diseases also automatically are cured. Gopal Chapal simply wanted to be delivered from the bodily sufferings of leprosy. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, although accepting his sincere appeal, wanted to inform him of the real cause of suffering. And here Mahaprabhu says, O sinful person, envious of pure devotees, I shall not deliver you. Rather, I shall have you bitten by these germs for many millions of years. You have made Srivas Thakur appear to have been worshipping the goddess Bhavani. Simply for this offense, you will have to fall down into hellish life for 10 million births. Any questions or comments? I'll just read the purport and finish with that. We should note herein that all our sufferings in this material world, especially from disease, are due to our past sinful activities. And of all sinful activities, actions directed against a pure devotee out of sheer envy are considered extremely severe. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted Gopal Chapal to understand the cause of his suffering. Any person who disturbs a pure devotee engaged in broadcasting the holy name of the Lord is certainly punished like Gopal Chapal. Like the example of Mr. Nair in Bombay, right? Like, we don't hear Prabhupada say this often, but he confided, I prayed to Krishna to kill him, right? Mr. Nair, if you read Lilamrita, volume 6, this guy who was a real jerk, and we can say this in front of Prabhupada and in front of the deities, he so-called sold the plot of land, which fortunately is now, ISKCON Juhu, with like Mukunda Maharaj was telling the other day. right? He mentioned him. He sold him, he down payment, and then, but then that land was not like technically, they basically tried to cheat the devotees. And he went as far as hiring gundas or bandits, to come and demolish the temple. Like they had a makeshift, these really austere, because back, there were snakes and huge mosquitoes and rats and stuff. Like Juhu was a jungle, literally. Another glory of Prabhupada, he could foresee that Juhu would, very soon become the Beverly Hills of Bombay, And at the time, it was just like, what? Like, why do you want to buy something so far away from actual Bombay? But now, so devotees were doing all these incredible austerities there. No running water. Can you imagine? Where do you have your privacy? It's just, and then on top of that, this Mr. Nair, ripped them off, and it got to a point where he hired these gundas. It's stated in the Caritamrita to come and literally like demolish. Like Prabhupada had the bright idea of like, okay, let's put the deity here, because at least the Hindus, the locals, at least have enough Vedic culture that if there's a deity that's installed, it's no go. We're not touching it, Which is wonderful when you think about it. Now that probably 60 years later, that strategy probably wouldn't work, but it's like back then it kind of did, and so but even though the deity was there and they were doing a very roots worship every day in a shed, still this Mr. Nair called for these gundas to come and start demolishing the temple, they even and so this one courageous Vaishnavi, I think she was Australian or American, she was like literally like protecting the deity, got carried away by these gundas. Not nice, sorry, I'm just sentimental. And then Krishna sent like they called Ram Thakre, or what's his name, Bal Thakre, is sort of like the godfather of Bombay, like a Hindu nationalist, devout, who had some sympathy for the devotees, and so he called off the demolition of the temple. So when Mr. Nair passed away, Prabhupada confided like that. He was relieved, right? So this is the last sentence. Any person who disturbs a pure devotee engaged in broadcasting the holy name of the Lord is certainly punished, like Gopal Chapal. This is the instruction of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. As we shall see, one who offends a pure devotee can never satisfy Chaitanya Mahaprabhu unless and until he sincerely regrets his offenses and thus rectifies it and begs forgiveness from I'm adding that, but that's Shastric, and begs forgiveness from the offended devotee. Mahaprabhu's will end. Time is up. Sri Chaitanya Caritamrita ki jai, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai.